Atari 2600 system. It goes with
everything. You sure you want everything?
I want everything.
Now you get a new low price, up to $30 in rebate offers, and a free pack.
Is that everything?
It's not everything. You can get nearly 300 different cartridges.
300?
That's nothing.
It's something.
But it's not everything. Soon there'll be a voice module, trackball, remote control joysticks, and a computer keyboard.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, but it's not everything.
It's not everything.
Soon there'll be educational games, too.
Is that everything?
That's everything. For now.
For now?
The Atari 2600.
Now get up to $30 in rebate offers, plus a free Pac-Man.
After all the preparation to make sure everything's good, I forget that one little thing. That's on me. Hello, welcome to Gaming Through the Ages, the show that goes through the history and analyzes the gameplay and art of games in order of release, except when the franchise specifies us to do otherwise. Today's gonna be kind of a downer episode. We're finishing off 1983, and this is right when the crash happened. So we're pretty much going through the games that happened right during the video game crash. And while it seems like we're about to hit a new video game crash, that's the same reason we hit the last one. Kind of interesting to compare and contrast these games to today's games. Now, I'm not going to look at today's games. How do you do that? But when you watch me play through these, I'm definitely trying to encourage you to think about the games we have now, the modern day released, this year, versus these games released in 1983. We do have one game in 1984 that we're playing through just because we have time. But anyway, today is October 12th, year of our Lord, 1984. 2000. 2024. My mind is going weird all of a sudden. Where do I have the holidays? Okay, it was not where I thought it was. Okay, got it. Today is Indigenous Resistance Day in multiple countries. It's Old Farmers Day, National Savings Day, National Free Thought Day, National Farmers Day, National Gumbo Day, National Chess Day. Too bad we played chess on an earlier episode. National Costume Swap Day, National Motorcycle Ride Day, I Love Yarn Day, Pan American Day, Yom Kippur Day, Day of the Cultures. It's Columbus Day in some countries. There'll be Columbus Day here in the States on Monday. It's Astronomy Day, World Migratory Bird Day, Universal Music Day, International African Penguin Awareness Day, National Pulled Pork Day, and finally, World Arthritis Day. Games released on this day in history. MotoGP 2000 released on this day 24 years ago in Japan. FIFA Soccer 2005 was released 20 years ago today for the Game Boy Advance, GameCube, PC, PlayStation 1 and 2, and Xbox. By the way, that game is the final PlayStation 1 release. So the very last officially released game for the PlayStation 1 released on this day 20 years ago. Do you feel old yet? WWE Survival Series released on this day 20 years ago for Game Boy Advance. Thanks, right. Ace Attorney, the OG, released on this day in DS and Game Boy Advance 19 years ago. Medal of Honor, released on this day 14 years ago for the PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y, both games released on this day 11 years ago for the 3DS. The Evil Within 2, released on this day for PC on 7 years ago today. And finally, Call of Duty Black Ops 4, released on this day for PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One 6 years ago today. So, I think it's time to start getting some games in. Let's start off with the game or at least I tried to show you the commercial for in our last episode. I don't know if I succeeded in doing that. I'm going to play Frostbite, which is an Activision title for the Atari 2600. Oh yeah, I remember that there was something I was gonna read. Oh yeah, except from Jamie Lena's book, Adventure, the Atari 2600, the Dawn Console of Gaming. He does write a little bit about Frostbite. Frostbite, programmed by Steve Cartwright, is an ingenious platformer that takes elements of Q*bert, Frogger, and Rainbow Walker. As Frostbite Bailey, you must build an igloo by jumping on floating blocks of ice and changing their color. Each time you jump on a white block of ice, the road turns blue, and an extra ice block is added to the igloo at the top of the screen. The road rows blue and then reset to white so you can keep going. You need to do this a bunch of times before the igloo is completed. Once it's finished, you must hop rows to the top of the screen, walk to the igloo's new entrance, push up on the joystick to walk inside and complete the board. Several factors are against you. Each time you begin a board or use reserve life, the temperature begins at 45 degrees and slowly drops. When it reaches 0, you lose a life. Numerous snow geese, crabs, and crocodiles get in the way while you move from platform to platform. All of them kill you if they touch you. The only wildlife you can touch are fish, which serve as food. You must also be careful not to jump or walk off an ice block into the frigid water. On later screens, a polar bear walks back and forth across the top of the screen, so you must watch how you reach the top and walk to the igloos to not cross paths with the bear. There's also a safe spot in the top left position of the screen. The bear can't reach you, but you need to leave it to win the board before the temperature drops to 0. Pushing up and down on the joystick hops between rows. Pushing left to right makes Frostbite Bailey walk on the current ice block, usually in order to line himself up with the block in the next row. Pushing the button in reverse versus the flowing direction of the current row of ice blocks. Super useful in lining up several So I lost my train of where I went in the book. Okay, it's super useful for lining up the next row or avoiding the dangerous wildlife. There was no several. I don't know why I read that like that. But each time you do this, a block is then taken away from the igloo you're trying to build. Another twist is that nothing can hurt you while you're on the process of jumping. It's only when you've landed on the ice block that a hazard can do you in. You can even move to the left or right while jumping, which is key on the low levels of the game. Activision offered the usual score X and take a photo and will send you a patch by mail reward system. Though in this particular game you could reach a certain score that a magic fish appeared next to it. The manual also contains some charming information about the igloo and how they're built. As usual for an Activision game, Frostbite is flicker free and animates perfectly smoothly, although it's rather sparse on the sound effects side. The gray and sunset sky in this game is even animated. So, I'm hoping for a track mode, but I'm not necessarily optimistic. what I meant to do. First try, I don't think I even got out of the first level, although I did get the igloo built. That's a little bit of a shame. Okay. We'll start over. Oh. Those stinking birds. Miss Amy. That one was as bad. I thought that was only going to affect when you jump. Okay. 34, I guess that was better. I'm not so sure why I struggle so much on level 1. Level 1 you should be able to get through without losing a life. I end up losing a life very easily. If I could wait for the one in the second row, but I ended up not being able to do that. No. And of course, that's game. I was thinking, oh, the igloo's done. I can just go back. Oh, still gotta land on the platforms. So I don't do that, and that's game. So that's on me. Worse game than the last one, so I need to improve. Froze to death. Wait, now it's 7:10. Didn't quite get it in time. Oh, didn't see the bird. And that's game 34-30. It's a not quite tight, but it's pretty close to my best score. I'm trying to remember what my best score was. Might have surpassed it. We'll come down to the final minutes of this game. Of course that happens. Didn't quite nail it. little crabby. I didn't know how to go through that because I'm like, well, those will get me, so I'm just gonna hold tight. And then, of course, the crabs ended up being so fast. This game didn't quite get my PR. I think we got like 2 games left in us. Nowhere to go. Yeah. Felt like it wasn't registering my button inputs, and then it did twice. Yeah. Now the danger. Yeah, I guess once you get hit, you are done. So, okay, not quite a PR. Let's see if we can we'll do a little better on this final run. The first level on this game. It seems a little weird, I feel like, to me, that level 2 is easier than level 1. I can probably knock this game for that a little bit. Okay, thread the needle a little bit. No. Didn't quite thread that time. Oh, first time I got through that. That should be a PR. Yes! And on the high note. Oops. I could not get to the place where I could be safe from the bear. That bear is... The bear's a hunter. Let's put it that way. That is Frostbite. Game number 157. We will now have a couple of Midway Arcade titles. It will require a 5-minute timeout. Stand by. All right. I'm hoping this works. This Weird Tapper. Or originally just Tapper, I guess in the licensing with Budweiser expired. And the original game did have Budweiser. It was root beer. And it was unlicensed root beer. So this is a root beer tapper cabinet. The cell sheet, which you are seeing on the left side of your screen on occasion, I guess not right now. And the back of that cell sheet. Oh boy, I'm not quite sure to read it. I kind of already gave this away. Root Tapper was originally known as just Tapper, initially conceived as a video game that would be just sold to bars. It was officially licensed by one company, Budweiser, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Old Style. Bud.
That'd be Budweiser, and the way that came about was Scott and I came up with an idea for a bar game, and we were intrigued by the idea of sliding beers and empty mugs down a bar, and what kind of action you could get with a bartender, and some angry customers or some happy customers. And we did some initial design work on that, and we went to Bally Midway, and there was a fellow at Bally Midway who was very good at getting licenses. I think his name was Tom Neiman, and he went out and talked to Budweiser in St. Louis, got them excited, and we all went down and talked to them some more, and Budweiser was on board.
Tapper arcade game features what unique features to attract the beer drinking video game players. Set on a pudding keg, towel dispensers and corridor that doubles as a bottle opener, or mounted cup holders, and retro footrest. We'll see.
Bally Midway at the time had really good cabinet people, so we suggested a cabinet that looked like a bar. They put a brass rail at the bottom of the cabinet where you could rest your foot while you're sitting on a stool playing the game. They put metal cup holders on the control panel where you could rest your drink, preferably a Budweiser. And the Budweiser tappers looked like, or the tappers to pour beer actually looked like Budweiser tappers. For the root beer version, they changed the cabinet just slightly, where they put some extra stickers on the cabinet to say root beer, and that they changed the Budweiser logos to root beer logos.
Tapper was first play tested in public at Wall Street Bar in Chicago. Going the first one, TJ Mc... I don't know how to pronounce that. No, Snuggery.
Well, we tested Tapper first in the Snuggery, and that was a new kind of testing for us. We'd previously only tested in arcades, and so I think Scott and I really enjoyed an opportunity to go test this in the evenings at the Snuggery, and it was exciting for us to watch players who were having a good time in the bar kind of wander over and get excited about a beer drinking game, a Budweiser game, and we enjoyed watching them, and we learned a lot from those initial tests. We knew we had a winner when we watched people play.
Game designer Scott Morrison listened to one group of bands during the creation of Tapper, then went on to inspire Tapper's third bar. OSB Red Lover Boy, Night Ranger Journey, King Rogers, Skeleton Brothers, Jimmy Buffett, Jimmy Reed, Devo, Dogheads, Pheromones, The Dread Kennedys. and artists be ragged heels. No. The drug heads.
I've always had sort of an eclectic taste in music. In college, I got into a lot of alternative stuff. I was a big fan of Devo and Talking Heads, the Ramones. I used to listen to that a lot in my office while I was designing the characters. I had a lot of fun putting safety pins through their heads and mohawks on the characters. And most of the other designers on the project didn't really care for that kind of stuff, so I tried to keep it to myself as much as possible. But it was kind of fun to bring the music scene of the time and put it into the video game. It kind of dates the whole piece.
Programmers Steve Larson to what quirky early 80s video game. A game where you must frantically tear dominoes, a game where you play a logger, roll logs, chop down trees, and tries to knock down loggers, or all the above. Go on B. All the above.
Well, we worked on several together. The first one was Domino Man. I had a minor role in that, but I think Rich and Elaine Ditton were really the drivers on that one. And then after that, I worked on a game called Wacko with Scott. We were matching aliens and mismatching aliens, and it was really a lot of fun. You could get some interesting combinations. I still look back, and I like that game very, very much. And then we came up with an interesting idea of a two-player competitive game, which was one of the first. There were a few that preceded it, but you were a logger and you were playing against another logger trying to knock trees on each other. And we had a log rolling round in there, and we really had a lot of fun with that one. It was almost in the same vein as Tapper, but a little bit different play mechanics. So we worked on some interesting stuff.
Tapper has an Easter egg that displays the creator's initials when you do the following. Hold your joysticks down and push the 1 and 2 start buttons at the same time. This should only work when the game is in what mode? Cowboy bar, truck mode, bonus round, low track.
Back in those days, creators of games were really not allowed to put their names or credits into the game, so we kind of snuck it in as an Easter egg. We really weren't supposed to, but we did anyways. During the attract scene, while the word Tapper is filling up with liquid, either beer or root beer, if you're holding all the controls down and press the player 1 start and player 2 start at the same time, our credits will come up on the screen.
What innovative feature was created but never made it to the final version of the game? A tournament competition in the game that dispenses beer every time you want around, a little plastic cabinet that's shaped like a beer keg, a digitized sound chip that emitted a recorded burst of the programmers drinking beer. Going A. No. B. What?
We're designing all the characters for the game. We had a lot of fun animations, and after they would drink the beers, some of them would burp. We thought, wouldn't that be a kick to have a burp sound in the game? So we contacted Texas Instruments to see if they had any kind of speech chips that we could do to use for the game. They had a speech specialist at the time who brought us over to their office, supplied us with a 6-pack of beer. We all sat around a microphone drinking beer and belching into it. And we ended up with a pretty neat chip full of our belches. We put it in the game, and after almost every beer they would belch, and it was very, very funny, but it got pretty obnoxious, and we all decided that Budweiser probably wouldn't be too thrilled with the idea, so we scrapped it.
Okay, I think it's time to play. that guy. A lot going on. No, how am I supposed to get both? They're simultaneous. Oh, is that? 13,225 is my score. And there you have it. So, that is Rupert Tappery. We're going to have another game in this collection to go through. I'm going to start the game. I don't want to. This game is Blaster. That's where I sit down. Dedicated Blaster units. So I just realized I may have made a goof. That does not look right. Huh? Okay, how's that possible? Whatever I made error making the ask this last night, or trying to figure it out. I did goof. You know what? I'm gonna make the correction right now. So the game, this is going to require a 5-minute timeout. okay, I figured it out. One of those, that last image should not have been there. That's been removed. So, can't believe that wasn't caught prior to broadcast, but it's now been caught and taken care of. So that's on me. All the cell sheets. And we have more trivia. The original name for Blaster, I'm gonna go Master Blaster.
The name that we wanted to use was Master Blaster, and we discovered at the time that there was a pinball simulation program called Billy Budge's Raster Blaster available for the Apple computer, so decided to change the name to avoid confusion. We pondered and toiled for a couple of weeks to come up with a better name for the game, and in frustration ended up just simply shortening it to Blaster.
Only about 1,000 Blaster arcade games was made before the great video game crash of 84 Pro Freeze in history. How many sit-down cabinets were finished? I'm going to go with 30. 3.
3. One is on display at my dad's house in Palo Alto. The other game, actually the second game, was converted into a Devastator game, which is a very limited edition prototype. And there have been unconfirmed sightings of the third game. Its actual whereabouts are unknown at this time.
In addition to the normal wood cabinet and the sit-down version, some Blasters has cylindrical plastic cabinets called Durmold. One of their more of those neat plastic cabinets produced. Flammable or repel customers, or they shrunk. Go flammable. Shrunk.
Durmold unfortunately had its tendency to shrink and was only used in 2 games, Blaster and Bubbles. Now normally this exhibited itself in a shrinkage that made the coin door hard to open. But actually in one game it was reported that the shrinkage increased the internal pressure of the cabinet so much that the monitor was ejected across the arcade and impaled a Donkey Kong Jr. machine. Fortunately, there were no other injuries.
Finished in 1983, Blaster was the third and final game that Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar's Vid Kids company produced. It was originally conceived as an Atari 800 game. Upon completion of the game, Atari, Eugene, and Larry were told to add dancing girls to the game before Atari would pay them. Were able to get one of the last checks from Atari. Were instructed to program part of a port to Timex Sinclair. We'll call Atari.
Well, the day after we cashed the check, Atari supernovaed, and Jack Tramiel fired 90% of the workforce in the great video game crash. Unfortunately, not a single remaining Atari employee knew of the existence of the Blaster project, and Blaster forever vanished into the rubble of the great video game debacle.
Created one of the earliest first-person shooting games with a 3D perspective in 1983 was a technical feat. It took a year to create the game, which the following was Blaster's biggest technical challenges: unreliable burners, lack of schooling hardware, or mice true 3D power supply including scaling.
Doing a first-person flying game in 1983 without any scaling or rotating computer hardware is quite a challenge. Particularly, it meant that each pixel of each image had to be hand-drawn in each size and in each rotation that it was displayed in the game. This caused thousands of hours of artist time to be necessary to generate all of the artwork that you see in the game.
Well, features were originally street tested for Blaster, but left out of the production version. Arcade shaking subwoofer, most randomly issued cartridges of the programmers, or 30 levels instead of 20 to binding capability.
After initial testing, the ability to buy in and continue your game when it was over by inserting additional money was removed from the game. At the same time, the game was shortened from 30 stages to 20 stages to make it possible to complete it on one coin. At this time, there was a stage called Outer Space, which, among other things, had this gargantuanly large Starship Enterprise that would just fly over your head for about 3 miles, and that whole stage was removed at this time.
I'm going to have to pause. Nature's calling. Give me 3 minutes. sorry to bail on that like that. I tried to hold off until the next natural break, but I could not wait any longer. Processor speed of the blaster is 6909 chip. I'm gonna go 200 megahertz, 25 megahertz, 1 megahertz.
Even though it may take 2 minutes for your 266 megahertz Pentium 2 to boot up, Blaster was programmed, believe it or not, with a 1 megahertz chip. And man, did it hurt.
Of course, that was the last one. One time, okay. So first must blast or be blasted. Alright. Okay, take that. Number 32. Livy. Well, that was Blaster. Game number 159. And we're going to need another 3-minute timeout to go to game number 160. And this time is for a legit reason to change source. So hang on. Sorry for the slight delay. We're going to Private Eye. Game designed by Bob Whitehead for Activision. This is a game where players assume the role of Pierre Touche, who has been assigned the task of capturing the criminal mastermind Henry LaFiend. LaFiend is implicated in a number of crimes across the city. The player must find the clues and stolen property in order to successfully arrest LaFiend. The game consists of 4 separate cases, using specifically a built Model A. If they can jump over obstacles, players must search the city for a specific clue to the crime, and for objects stolen in the crime, each item must be returned to its point of origin. The clue is taken to its business to verify it came from there. It's stolen and returned to its rightful owner. These items must be discovered in any order. Players may only carry one at a time. Both items located and returned, the player must locate and capture LaFiend and take him to jail. Closing the case. Okay, can't go over. I haven't seen anything in terms of evidence. I get him. How do I get him? But yeah, I still need the evidence first. That was not a good playthrough. I could not find a single bit of evidence to bring to the original source. Maybe it was one thing I needed to do and I didn't do it. Probably where this was definitely a time when the instruction manual was preferable. But instead we do have we need to go back to the arcades. Give me a 3-minute timeout. And we'll do that. Okay, we got a game that I'll have to admit doesn't really have as much of a backstory, but this is in fact Donkey Kong 3. always want to turn on the wallpaper. This is another game designed by Shigeru Miyamoto, produced by Gunpei Yokoi. Those names should sound familiar. They worked on the earlier Donkey Kong games. They're steadily trying to keep the bugs at bay while bringing Donkey Kong all the way to the top. Oh man, I thought I had it. Did not see that coming. Let's try a game at a time. I will admit I do like the simplicity of the game. You know, up is jump, and moving the other directions is... It did not do as well as my second time. Gotta be really aware of your surroundings for sure. I have. No. Thought I moved and I didn't. Well, I'll take that as a win. Oh man. was quick. One of those things where I thought I had him, so I went forward and jumped the move just to run into him, and that's game. Best game so far, though. I don't think you need a score to figure that out, though. I think that was far and away my best one. Of course. Of course they get hit. There we go. No. Not quite as good as my last one. I think, yeah, we're definitely better than my first one. Oh, I didn't see that. No. Went down trying to dodge. Down didn't do anything. Wow, I did not think that was my best game. It seemed a little bit more par compared to the best one. I'm gonna make the decision. I don't think I have enough time to play through another game of Donkey Kong Country 3, at least the arcade version. But that does not necessarily mean we're done with Donkey Kong Country. Donkey Kong Country. Wrong decade. Donkey Kong 3. Because they did have home ports. And what we've been doing with these Nintendo arcade games is that we've also been playing a select home version of it. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong here. Keeps crashing. Did not want to highlight that one number. Okay, got that fixed. Finally, took a while. All right. We do the NES version of Donkey Kong 3. I can find it on here. There it is. See it. Okay, for my best run at that level. Whoops. Not go over well. Failed level 3 got you, right? So let's see if we can get further. Still goes down on that little plant. That's a little bit of a shame. Oh, that was uncalled for. Don't know how that happened. Okay, that is game. You still have some time. All that for that. I can get him. That's game. Yeah, I didn't get as far as the other times. So this is an obvious demake, but you gotta keep in mind this is, you know, back when, you know, us having, you know, comparable ways to play the arcade version at home wasn't quite as available. So this is the best you can do at the time. And it does the job. This really isn't a bad version of Donkey Kong 3. It's definitely not one-to-one. The arcade version is definitely better. Well, there's going to be some cases where you can make an argument that the NES version is actually better than the arcade version. I think the original Contra. I mean, we're going to do, like, once we get to Contra, the original one, we're going to do the, one that was recently released. As opposed to be... It's supposed to be kind of a reimagining of the first one. The Operation Galuga. So we're doing that instead. I think there's a reimagining of the first Castlevania as well that we will be tackling instead of, you know, the actual NES game. And there'll be cases where we're playing the remake instead of the original. That won't be the case every time. It's going to be a case-by-case basis. Yeah, I was kind of surrounded on that one. I don't know if I can get out of that. Not sure how much more time I have left on this one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's game. That did not. That came on me by surprise. I thought it was someone. Don't remember losing lives in the first stage. Like a really good job of evading my moves. Whoa! It's kind of funny. I stopped them from getting the flower, but at the same time, lost a life. And that was my last one. So there you go, Donkey Kong Country 3. The fourth most successful arcade unit of December 1983, but still a commercial failure since it was released during the video game crash. As I said before, we are playing the games that were released during the video game crash of 1983. To mention, this version you're seeing right now was released here in Japan on July 4th, 1984, and here in the States in June 1986. But this was released in October. The arcade version was released in October of 1983. I have September 28th, 1983. We have time for one more game, I think, before break. So, and we're back to the Atari 2600. Take 3. Okay, first off, I'll have to admit I've ran into a little bit of a issue. So we've already played the arcade version of this game. That was back in game 85. And I've been trying to number this. So whenever we play a home version or a different version of the same game in the first 200 games, we keep the number. We don't give it a new number. But this is also, we ensure that the game number 200 remains game number 200. But I feel like I'm kind of ran out of games to add, at least from my stash, to keep game number 200 without messing with it, and I have given the home version Gravatar a different number. I didn't catch it until just now. So as I said before, Gravatar the arcade game was back in game number 85, so really a lot of time has passed until the Atari 2600 version was released. This is game number 162. And Jamie Lindy. So we have one game that's breaking the rules, and I don't know what to say about it besides oops. But Jamie does have some information about Gravatar in his book, and might be worth reading through. The arcade game Gravatar combines elements of both Asteroids and Space Wars, despite the lack of color graphics on the 2600. The home conversion makes a surprisingly sophisticated experience that I would have expected to find more on the Atari 400 or an 800 than on the 2600. On this game, you control a small ship that is consistently feeling the forces of gravity. That's thanks to Gravatar, who has bombarded 4 different galaxies with generational waves. Each galaxy contains 3 solar systems. Your job is to reclaim the 4 galaxies so that Gravatar will consider us a formidable enemy and not attack our own. Each solar system contains 3 or 4 planets, a killer sun, thanks to Gravatar, an alien base. To reclaim the solar system, you must destroy the bunkers on every planet, or by igniting the reactor in the alien base in each solar system. An alternative method is to navigate the complex, spiral-shaped reactor and destroy it directly, and then get out within anywhere from 60 seconds to just 25 seconds. When you complete one of these 2 paths for all 3 solar systems in a particular galaxy, you win back the galaxy and can move into the next one. All the while, gravity is pulling on your ship toward the killer sun, while out in the solar system toward the surface while you're flying near a planet. Pushing the joystick left or right steers your ship. Pushing up fires the thrusters. You propel forward. Pulling back activates the shields and the tractor beam. You can fire torpedoes with the red button. It takes a little while to get used to maneuvering the ship, and it's tougher to do than an asteroid despite the similar control scheme. Engaging the thrusters is often mandatory to resist the gravity, or else you collide with the killer sun or the planet's surface, and the thrusters deplete your fuel supply. On the way, you can refuel by maneuvering your ship near a fuel depot on a planet's surface and engaging the tractor beam. The good news is that you can destroy the bunkers first. This way you are not being shot while you refuel. You can leave the planet's surface and move on to the next one. This game is exceedingly difficult to play in the arcade, so Atari creates some variations with hard to simplify gameplay. The default game 1 is toughest. Game 2 gives you 15 ships instead of 6. In game 3 turns off the stream bunkers and saucers. The easier game 4 gives you a stunning 100 ships, while game 5 gives you 25 and turns off the toughest element of all, the gravity itself. Working backwards with variations, you get the feel of the game and get hours of play out of it. Atari first released this game as a mail-only cartridge for the Atari Club members, so not many people bought it. it was only in 1986 that Atari made the game available in stores in the red box. And that's why I saw the red box in the cover. TV shut off, I don't know why. There we go. Well, that's the sun. I thought it was a planet. Ah. Man, how do you control this thing? What happened? Get I'm back there. Now I think I figured out why it goes to that string. Game over. I was just a little confused. It doesn't really give you much. I feel like this is most intuitive in the world. Whoa! It's too late. get there. And I think the last hour was 3 minutes, so I'm gonna say we do not have enough time to get through another game. So that was Gravatar, the home version, which is right now game number 162. Yeah, I may keep it that way, even though it's doesn't match the how the numbered scheme is going for the rest of these games. At least in the first 200. That's on me. We're gonna do a 18-minute timeout. We have 3 more games to get to. It's probably gonna take an hour and a half to get through them all. This is definitely one of the more lengthier episodes. So. I'll see you in 18 minutes for probably the main event of the morning. Track and Field, a Konami classic. Stand by.
It's you and Pitfall Harry together again.
Rhonda! She must be dead!
In Pitfall 2 Lost Caverns.
Oh, electric eels. Where's Rhonda? Not bats. Amazon frogs. Oh, dead end. A balloon. Gold in the Raj diamond.
Condors? Don't fail me now.
Which way do we go?
Pitfall 2 Lost Caverns. Explore David Crane's newest from Activision.
All right, that will be our next episode on Monday. Now, our next game was one released in the arcades on October 17th, 1983 here in the States, and the month before in Japan. This is Track and Field, and this game actually had an official license for the 1984 Olympic Games in Japan, but did not have that in other regions. Game made by Konami. Ended up being an absolute classic because it had so much ports and sequels. All the way until outside the most recent one being the new International Track and Field for the Nintendo DS. That was back in 2008. As well as the 2000 Track and Field, which here in the States was rebranded as ESPN. Track and Field is part of Konami's ESPN The Games. The first time that I knew of where we had sports games that had an ESPN presentation. I didn't know about the Sony ImageSoft ones for the Sega CD. At first, we'll get to those. But yeah. This is supposed to have 10 events. And I'm probably going to screw up a few times. Really?
On your mark. Get set.
I think I'm gonna make it pretty clear I don't know what I'm doing.
The time, 13.15 seconds.
What's going on?
Out.
Apparently, it's for 1 to 4 players.
On your mark. Get set. Flight. On your mark. Get set.
The time, 10.97 seconds.
Okay,
The
not quite.
distance, 5.26 meters. The distance, 6.30 meters.
Alright, good.
The distance, 4.42 meters. The distance,
Nice.
5.18 meters.
So I qualified the first try.
The distance,
Get better.
69.28 meters.
Foul is not going to go as far either, so this doesn't matter.
On your mark.
Oh boy.
Get set. Flight. On your mark. Get set.
Yeah.
The time, 19.25 seconds.
Oh, it's a foul.
Foul.
Had the distance.
Foul.
Whoops. I pressed the button too. I don't know how that missed.
Foul.
I missed! I threw it! How did I not throw? I call shenanigans. Fortunately, that means there is no continue, so you have to start from the beginning.
On your mark. Get set.
The time, 10.89 seconds.
No, that's not good. Oh,
The distance,
better than I thought.
6.48 meters.
Foul.
Ah.
The distance, 5.80 meters.
Foul.
Oh.
The distance, 57.34 meters.
Oh, bad placement.
The distance, 68.83.
Still ended up being my best throw.
On your mark. Get set. Flight. On your mark. Get set.
Ah.
The time, 18.47 seconds.
Oops.
Foul.
I'm not.
Distance, 49.50 meters.
At least it wasn't a foul on the board, but not the distance you need.
The distance, 81.99
Wow.
meters. 2.15 meters.
Foul.
2.15 meters.
Foul.
I honestly don't know how to do this one. I'm stumped.
2.15 meters.
Oh, that's not gonna do it.
Foul.
0.00 meters.
That's one where I'm like, for the sake of, I don't know.
your mark. Get set. Flight. On your mark. Get set.
The time, 11.10 seconds. The distance, 5.67 meters.
Oh.
Foul.
The distance, 6.07 meters.
So I got that from the hairs of my chinny chin chin, huh?
Foul.
Not only was that a foul, it still didn't reach the target distance. Oh, I did it again.
Foul.
The distance, 66.52 meters.
Kinda had to play it safe there.
On your mark.
I don't think I've still got qualifying time.
Get set.
The time, 16.77 seconds.
Oh, that's foul.
Foul.
Once again, had the distance. Oh, that one did not have the distance.
65.50 meters. The distance, 69.05 meters.
1.05, good score, but not good enough to continue.
On your mark. Get set.
The time, 10.94 seconds.
I get to 7. Oh!
Distance 6.85 meters. The distance 5.23 meters.
Oh! I just missed the target. Wow, okay. No, I didn't. Wasn't not paying attention to where it was.
Foul.
And it had a distance too. Doggone it. Okay.
The distance 64.2.
Oh, that was shorter than the first one. I needed longer. Only given 2 lives. That's your first one.
Get set.
So that means I have to get the hurdles.
Fly. On your mark.
Now I have not gotten the hurdles yet.
Get set.
Ah.
The time 15.45
I
seconds.
think that's my best time. But it does mean I'm DQ'd from the turn from the. What do you call it? There's only 5 events in this game. We've done all 5 at least once. So it'd be kind of cool if we can qualify for all the first 4.
On your mark. Get set.
The time 11.3.
Okay, I'm regressing. That's not good. Really good jump. My best one! I broke 7.
7.06 meters.
That was not as good. And it's a foul, doesn't matter.
Foul.
But it would not have beaten 706. And that would not have beaten that one either. Actually, let's see. Oh, it does beat it! 7-2. Okay, I'll take it. That one should be really good.
The distance 60.
Oh, it wasn't! I got robbed. That's probably gonna be about the same.
The distance 70.94 meters.
Foul.
Second best, but actually it was third. It was the worst because it was a foul.
On your mark. Get set.
See if I can get the timing down now.
The time 15.14 seconds.
Still don't have that down. I got it. I was hoping to pass.
Foul.
Nah,
Foul.
that was late. That was late. No.
Foul.
Fell off 3 and never even left the thing. At 0.00. That's not, that's a definition of regressing. That's not good. I mean, you shouldn't need me to say that, but it's not.
On your mark. Get set.
The time 11.70 seconds. The distance 5.71 meters. The distance 5.85 meters.
Oh.
Foul.
So I have to use one of my lives. Because that did not... Wow. Ridiculous. Means I have to be perfect the rest of the way.
The distance 60.06 meters. The distance 69.15 meters.
Foul. On your mark.
And since I goofed on the long jump, I have to get this.
Get set.
Something I've yet to do.
The time, 14.22 seconds.
I did it. No, I know I can be done. Oh, that's not good.
60.50 meters. The distance, 69.00 meters.
I could do it.
The distance, 77.19 meters. .15 meters.
Oops.
Foul.
2.15 meters.
Foul.
2.15 meters.
Foul.
0.00 meters.
I'm not quite understanding the timing of the high jump quite yet. We'll say that.
On your mark. Get set. Fly. On your mark. Get set.
The time, 10.97 seconds.
Oh, that was my best jump. How come it's not counted?
Foul.
Oh, that's gonna be short.
The distance, 4.99 meters. The distance, 6.25 meters.
I wish the first jump counted. Okay.
The distance,
Oh, I thought they had the distance.
6.58 meters.
Oh, that's not gonna have the distance.
The distance, 64.4.
Actually, further. That's where we went. Thought we went.
The distance, 72.44 meters.
On your mark. Get set.
From what if that's a false start? Whoops. I'm probably gonna use my live. 15.99, he is 14.5. I was a little on the slow side.
The distance 68.00 meters.
0.00.
The distance 73.58 meters.
Foul.
Oh. Okay, that one was tardy, but not a huge deal. Because I can go on to the high jump.
2.15 meters.
Foul.
2.15 meters.
Foul.
This will be my last attempt. And it's not going to end well.
Foul.
0.00 meters.
So, I mean, the good news is you've seen all 5 events. The bad news is you've not seen me succeed in all 5 events. Actually, it's 6. But yeah, that is track and field game number 163. We have 2 games to go. This will take us into College Football Saturday. We are technically, the longest we go is noon, so we're technically not going long, but it's going to feel like it. So, give us... It doesn't help that we had a few delays unscheduled. So, including a late start and a couple technical snafus. So, we are going to take a 3-minute timeout to get the next game ready. Okay, I'm having some issues now. Because what I'm seeing on the screen and what I'm seeing on the feed do not match. I'm wondering if there is a problem with the inputs that happened right when we're about to go live, because it was fine when I initially hooked it. So, unfortunately... Okay, we found what happened. Basically, I made a quick maneuver when I was changing wires, and when I came back over here, I stepped on one, and that unplugged a few things, and unfortunately, the feed was one of them. So, which was weird because that was not the wire I stepped on. I think it just caused a laptop to yank, and that also yanked the wire from the thing. So, we're good now. The game in question I'm gonna play. Of course, it's gonna be hard on me to do. Oh god, that wasn't it. Is Major Havoc. Released in December 2nd, 1983. This is the last 1983 game we're going to play. This is designed by Owen Rubin with some participation from Mark Semi. Major Havoc is a buffet tray of game genres, combining spaceships, shooting, platforming, and more. Its unique design makes it a cult classic of the era, one of the more unique uses of the vector display. Major Havoc Flyer notes that Breakout can be played for a few seconds before the actual gameplay starts. A bonus life can be earned. Various documents from the making of Major Havoc from the if I can press the right button. Personal collection of designer Owen Rubin. Large, it's gonna shows the next enemy type. Use roller gigs left and right. 5 buttons. Collision with any space object is deadly. And you will definitely see that when it comes to any kind of graphic design, you are supposed to make little sketches. They're not necessarily one-to-one what it's exactly going to look like, but it's to give you, when you're presenting an idea of this is what you're trying to do. Honestly, typically I don't go into graphic design, mainly because I'm not a good sketcher. I just do not do well. I think with the computer. I do not think with my with a hand and pen. So it only a sequence pilot scrambles to Astrofighter and blasts off. Closing style combat against advanced vaccine raiders. There you go. Here's some more. Wow. I'm kind of impressed. This was preserved. This is graph paper. Graph paper, I don't feel like it's preserved that easily. But all the way down to the precise coordinates of where everything should be. See another map. And more stuff. There's a lot of, wow, a lot of this got preserved. Holy Swiss cow. Object. Some sketches of the man. There's 30 of these. Limit time in by air supply. Your spinners and your fighters. Your power buttons. In the game, not the machine itself. And going as far as to figure out, you know, frame rate stuff. Kind of crazy how frame rate was still big that back then. A lot of it, I think, is more refresh rate. You know, CRTs were more common back then. I keep pressing the wrong button. Atari Age magazine debuts Major Havoc in its November 1983, February 1984 issue. Great for multi-part action adventure, pitting human clones against Vaxian Empire. Great for adventures of Major Havoc. The game combines game action with maze-running strategy and the unusual depth of gameplay. There are 4 separate scenes in each level. The technical scanner display, the Space Wave, the Space Station Landing, the Space Station Tier Maze. Each section of Major Havoc requires a different blend of skill and strategy, challenging you to defeat the dreaded vaccine robots and move your clone army closer to your goal of destroying the enemy reactor and freeing your people. Find 2 games in 1. So there you go. So we're going to start the attract mode. Should mention we're actually now like technically 5.5 minutes from the start of College Football Saturday with Wisconsin and Rutgers on Big Ten Network. We also have the Detroit-Cleveland deciding Game 5 on TBS and Max in about an hour 10-ish. From when I am broadcasting. Let's check the controls real quick. Okay, so it's easy. Controls kind of throwing me off here. Good to know I reached the leaderboard on a game I'm still don't quite have the hang of yet. Well, that was unfortunate. I don't know how that happened. I don't think I nudged it that far. Not quite sure how to navigate that. I figured that was probably game. One more time. Didn't jump high enough. Doggone it. Oh, that was dumb. Wasted the guy. Kind of interesting how, like, if you do collide with someone. Oh, I thought. It did not turn out the way I thought it would in my head. Here, I need to jump. Well, I did. Oh, man. I'm on a losing streak here. Last guy. Oh. Jump too high. And that's game. And you only have 4 seconds, so we're going to call it. One game to go. In fact, first off, we're going to do a send-off. That concludes 1983. So, if you want to feel sad now, don't believe 1983. There you go. We are basically concluding tonight's broadcast pretty much the same way we completed yesterday's broadcast. That's with Crystal Castles. We're back to that game, but it's going to be the Atari 2600 version. Stand by. 30 seconds. We are going to set that up for our final game of the night. All right. That was weird. Crystal Castles. This game was released in March of 1984. We're going to introduce to you the year of 1984 on the next broadcast. We feel like I don't think I have enough time to spend describing that for you today. Considering it's already been one of the more longer streams as of late. But you're a Bentley Bear and you're pretty much doing what we were doing last time. I don't think there's any difference. It's just on a different console. Ooh. I'm already sensing this is worse than the arcade game. Holy bad. This corner there's no way, is it? Rat. So I can get to the root of these guys' problems. I wouldn't be able to have to worry about its bark. Can't go that way. Trying to get the honey. So 2546 is the first score. There you go. Not a good start. Oh man, if I could get that one gem. Come on. Thank you. Wisconsin scored a touchdown already, and we're only about 20 minutes until college football Saturday. So I regressed a little bit. That's not good. That was dumb. Depth perception, not death perception. I did that. I think so far that's been my best game. See if I can do better though. That was a case where I don't know if I was going to be able to very easily. didn't think the bees would hurt me up there. I've been beed. Oh. I've been barked. I guess I can say. I mean, I guess I can say. I guess you can say those trees are embarking on a new trail. What do you say? Kind of nice you can start a game with the button instead of just having to. I guess on this thing you are able to, but on the original Atari 2600 controller. I know where it went. I was not paying attention. I thought I was still on that same level. So that killed me. I think we got another 6 playthroughs probably. Waiting to go, maybe 5. This game seems to be short. The thing is, this is impressive for Atari 2600. I just don't know if like this is like the thing. I mean, it did come out with a trackball accessory for the Atari 2600, and it probably was best to use that for this. I don't know if the trackball would work with the Mini, because how it reads the inputs on the Mini is different than the actual console itself. Needless to say, you know, this is newer hardware trying to emulate older hardware or older software. It is compatible with the actual original Atari accessories. It has the same inputs. So if you want to use the original ones, you have those at home, you can definitely do that. That's one thing I think this mini console has that a lot of the other ones don't. I mean, the arcade mini consoles, NES, SNES, Genesis, TurboGrafx 16, the Neo Geo, those I think all use USB. No, wait my words. The SNES and the, well, the NES and the NES all use the Wii input. Now imagine if Nintendo made another console that was, if Nintendo made another mini console, I probably wouldn't use the Wii inputs. It would probably use USB. If I had to make rather guess what they'd probably do. I'm still kind of surprised they haven't made a Game Boy Mini yet. Nintendo 64, I can definitely see why they would, why that would be not so much. You know, the Switch is crushing sales, and there's no immediate reason to make a nostalgia product just to, you know, create a little bit of a revenue while they work on the next thing. We'll see. There has been, like, Intelligent and ColecoVision flashback units. I don't know if they're that easily found, because they were made... I mean, they were made before the craze with the more high-quality ones, so they're more or less like... They're more like the older plug-and-play. You know, they definitely have an older plug-and-play interface. So I don't know if it's worth going into those. I mean, the controller itself is really what's keeping me from going into those libraries. Again, depth perception. Oh. I didn't think I was going to do that. Yeah, I struggled a little bit with that. There you go. That's not what I was trying to do. I was not trying to go up. Cornered. I stunned it and then I stunned myself. thinking the bees are on the lower level. A little too hard. I was like, I'm gonna miss that guy. They made sure I don't miss him. Oh. Where to go? Less than 5 minutes. Because it's free roaming, and more free roaming than you probably think this game would be, it does mean this game is not 100% precise. That was dumb. That was dumb. guess we entered the Project X zone. Maybe this is where the treasure is. Well, definitely my best game. For sure. We'll do one more playthrough. This is going to be our last one. Behave. How I missed. And just in time. So, with that, oh my gosh, this was a long one. But that will conclude our time gaming through the ages with game number 165, Crystal Castles. And I think this will be the last time we'll visit Crystal Castles. I just realized I did the same thing with Crystal Castles. That should have been game 156. We're just gonna leave it. I feel like I don't have any more games to add. Just a little bit of okay. 6 games on Monday. We'll start out with another Atari 2600 title. We have half of our Atari 2600. The other half are either Atari 3200, Arcade, or Z Spectrum games. So you have one Arcade, one Z Spectrum, one Atari 3200, and the rest are Atari 2600. So we definitely have like not quite half and half. So it's going to be kind of interesting how you guys think about these games. One thing I'm not looking forward to is the last of the original trilogy of Sport Quest games. There's typically 4 games, but the last one was not released until like 2 years ago. So we're not going to play it till then. It'll be a long gap between now and then. So that is the plan. We'll see you next Monday, 6 p.m. And otherwise, I'm Caleb. Hope you enjoyed this trip gaming through the ages. God bless. Take care. And I'll catch you on the flip side. When I see you again, as we are 135 games away from Sonic Adventure 2.